Alright, hello, greetings, and welcome in everyone. Hello. My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things. Welcome in everyone. Hello. It has been Tuesday this day. If it is still largely ahead of you, I hope that it will continue to treat you well, and if it has been a long day, I hope that you get a little bit of rest in. My day so far has been interesting. I tried to do a bit of groundwork on a bunch of things, and I didn't get all the way done with the things that I needed to in order to be able to continue with working on commission things at the moment. So there is a little bit of offline work that I need to plow through before I can resume streaming progress on the 2 live 2D models in the queue. And I also need to thoroughly consume a briefing that I received for another outfit design commission. So that I need to make sure I internalize much more thoroughly before I start diving into that one. So we have things to do on the commission front, and I am once again amazingly grateful for that. But I am not ready for it. I am not ready for it right now. I have got quite a bit that I managed to get through this day already, but it wasn't enough. So we are going to be doing something a little bit different, given that that is in fact the case. For this, the 15th day of our Donothon. I can't believe we're already on day 15. Wait. Hold up. I don't think I updated Twitch. Blast. Okay. Copy. I did not, in fact, update Twitch. Edit stream information. Paste. Done. There we go. And we are up to date. I'm going to need to edit that later. But it's fine. Okay. So, we are going to be doing... considering that I have not got the offline bases that I need ready for... whatchamacallit, continuing at the moment. We are going to instead be working on a few Mystehaven things, but it's a little bit up in the air as well, because there's a lot of stuff that I also can't necessarily 100% show yet. But I'm going to cherry pick a few things, and we're going to also do a little bit of writing. I don't know how the writing part is going to go yet, but we're going to do a little bit of writing as well. And so my thoughts on the matter are to sort of do a pseudo-Pomodoro type thing, where what we will do is we will open up with some writing, and we will write until we hit the next hydrate reminder, and at the next hydrate reminder we switch to drawing until the next hydrate reminder, and then we switch back to writing, and then we switch back to drawing, and so on and so forth until we get to the end of the stream. And hopefully we will have productivity on both the literary and on the character design fronts, because there's quite a bit of refinement that I need to do to a couple of characters, especially to civilian outfits, because it's all well and good that I have uniforms for my teammates, but I'm currently the only one who's got well, me and Kai are the only ones who've actually got proper completed civilian outfits. Even Ebony has only got like a half civilian outfit designed. So we've got a lot of work to do on all of that still, because they are going to show up in my lore eventually, and they're not going to be in uniform all the time. So there is much to do on that front. And yeah, I hope that it's going to be at least somewhat entertaining. That being said, that being said, we may need to look at making the stream background music just a little bit louder. I'm gonna go from -36 to around about there. That should be okay. I hope that it's not overwhelming at my -30. -30 should be fine. I hope -30 is still fine. Like, -36 was okay, but -30 should still be okay as well. I hope. Let me just write that down from quiet -36 and louder -30. So that's written down. So yes, that is the plan in a nutshell for this day. So yes, we've got a lot to plow through, a lot to work on. I do not know if you're going to actually be able to hear my keyboard. I don't exactly have a microphone pointing at it. But we're going to see what we're going to do, yeah. Juxai, hello. Hi, I've been a lurker for about a week now. I really enjoy your streams. Thank you so much. I appreciate your dropping by, and thank you for the lurks. I really appreciate the lurks. I haven't said it in a while, but I really must say it again. Lurkers are MVPs. I really appreciate you guys. Also to everyone in the VOD squad, you guys do not understand how much your support, even if it's not directly visible all the time in stream, it is definitely significantly taken note of and appreciated, and thank you very, very much for that. It's a joy to have you guys here as well. Of course, I'll listen to you in the background while I draw. Awesome. So we are totally in for shared productivity this day. That is indeed the vibe. I'm a big fan of shared productivity. So, I think, with that being said, I'm going to actually open up, I'm not going to open up with the writing thing. I'm going to actually open up with a little bit of arting, because there is one thing that I need to do on this particular design. This is Erna. Say hi to Erna. She has been mentioned on the channel before. She is the resident cleaning lady of my patrol unit. We have a 10, technically 12 person dorm assigned to each unit, and of the 12 rooms, 2 are assigned to the home-based support staff, one of which is Dari, who is our cook and general administrator, and then also Erna, who does the hard slog of making sure that we have a clean dorm, which is a really, really big help, because between the patrols and various other things, it's not easy to keep the home fires burning, and she is an absolute champion in terms of keeping things in place. Toaster, hello, welcome in. Hi, hope you're doing well. I hope Tuesday has been treating everyone kindly thus far. So yes. It's good to be here. I'm glad. Yes, we are going to be doing a little bit of a weird day today, but I hope it's going to be fun. It's been a day. So, sometimes Tuesdays be like that. Uneventful for the most part. Okay. Yeah, no. Sometimes days just be days. Sometimes days just be days. Joy. Yeah. Let me see. Have I actually got my stylus on? Yes, I do. Yo. Yeah, I do in fact have it on. So So yes. One thing that I do still need to work on in terms of Erna's design here is just her boots, actually. I'm pretty happy with how the rest of it looks because it's not too frilly for me to feel comfy drawing this repeatedly. I think there's a lot that I feel comfy I would be able to repeat. I just realized why that looked familiar to me. I did something similar. I'm going to need to change this up a little bit. I'm going to need to change this up a little bit still. I knew I copied this from somewhere, but I didn't realize I'd copied it from another previous design of mine. I need to add some additional information to this. When you inadvertently copy yourself from several years ago, wow. Why did I close that, actually? Why did I close that? I don't need to close that line. I need to close those. I need to close those. And I'm going to add a line of trim like that. Seal, thank you so much for the stretch and the hydrate. Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you. We're going to start with that stretch then. Ah! Welcome in. Hope things are going well. Hope things are going well. Stretching up and elbows back as far as they'll go. Elbows going as far back as they possibly can. Really trying to just get those traps to compress in the back there. I am EP, it's almost 6 AM. Oh my. Oh my. That's a really early day for you. Or a very late night. I hope that you are okay. Are you okay there, Seal? Oh, wow. Okay, then what we're gonna do is drop arms to the sides, and just pull the back of the head upwards. Unfortunately, a late night, I have no sanity left. Oh no. Oh no. Do you have to be anywhere today? Today, * Wednesday? Do you have to be anywhere? On a deadline? I hope that you'll be able to take a nap somewhere in the run of today. I know how long a double shift can be like that. Thankfully not. I'm likely gonna sleep all day. Take the nap. The nap is your friend. The nap is your friend. Okay. That's the stretchies. That's the stretchies. Okay, and then hydrates. And then hydrates. So, everyone, courtesy of Seal, we're going to take a sip of our nearest safe for consumption beverage. So, here we go. How have you been? It's been a busy day. It's been a busy day in my world. I've been doing a lot of the offline prep that I've been needing to do for some of the commissions in my queue, but I wasn't able to get done enough on them to be able to proceed with the next steps that I can do on stream. Does booze count as safe for consumption? Yes, we don't judge. We don't judge. This is another reason why I have, amongst the very, very, very many reasons, one of the reasons why Chat has changed to 18 plus. Any progress is good progress, at least. This is true. This is true. Instead of working on commissions today, we're actually working on some Mystehaven things. So yes, finally, we're working on things that happen in Harrier lore madness. So at the moment, I'm just doing a quick update to, or not update, but refinement, rather, to the design for Erna, who is our resident cleaning lady in my patrol unit's dorm allocation. So each patrol unit has 2 at-home staff who are responsible for cooking and cleaning and supply acquisition and assisting with administration things. And Erna here is our resident cleaning lady. And I just need to make a couple of adjustments to how the uniform is put together here. And also her boots, because her boots are still lacking in something. It looks so good. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. You know, I feel like I can actually have these. I feel like I could do something more like this. I feel like I can do something more like this. That works? Yes. I'm happier with that. Yeah, that'll do, that'll do. That immediately looks a little bit more polished on that front. Belts like that. There we go. Let's see, there needs to be I'm gonna use the same sort of a clasp. There we go. Same sort of clasp as on a corset. Gives it some texture. Okay, now we need to look quickly at boots and how these actually operate and close. I think here zippers can be a thing. There we go. Something like that. And let's think. This is actually pretty utilitarian, so I don't actually want to adorn that too much. Let's think. It feels like there ought to be some more texture here. Or at least, let's put a seam down the center. I think that will also help bring some texture in this. Yeah. Of course it would help if I actually had done that on the line art layer. Let me just redo all of that and put that on the line art layer. Let me put that on the line art layer. That'll maybe help me a little bit. Okay. So. Zipper. Which is going to have a thing over here that will hold the zipper toggle, because nothing annoys me quite so much as the loudness of a zip on a boot. The layer pain. The layer pain is real. The layer pain is real. Every single time. Thankfully, I hadn't done too much. Thankfully, I hadn't done way too much. Let's think. That's got a little bit more texture now. Without being overly complicated. Let's think. Is there anything else I can add to this? Or is the rest going to be carried by fabric textures? If it were a cosplay, the rest would be carried by fabric textures. This is not a cosplay. It will be carried in rendering. It'll be carried in rendering. At the moment, it reads well. And it's not overly complicated to produce. Like, the most complicated bits are the cuffs over here and these very, very, very small ruffles. but they're not the most complicated ruffles on the face of the planet. I do not like drawing ruffles, so if I can avoid having complicated ruffles, I will have the uncomplicated ruffles. So, happiness there. And she's cute, so I'm happy. Una is adorable. Safe. I'm now happy that the cleaning uniform makes sense. There will probably be a masculine version, but we're not going to need it in a hurry. That's a bit of a mood. Yeah. Oh. The wanting to keep things simple for the parts that one does not like drawing. It is indeed a mood. It is indeed a mood. But fun. Okay, so that is sorted. I also need to do an update to her co-worker, Dari, who I don't yet have open. Let me just see. File, open. Let's see if I have still got... Yeah, I've got a first pass, but I don't 100% like the outfit. It was literally just getting the idea of his character down. Yeah. You will come to learn that Fort Mystehaven has a place that everything sort of goes in terms of anatomy. Literally everything goes into terms of anatomy. So yeah, the cook has 6 arms. It's a normal day in Fort Mystehaven. Normal day in Fort Mystehaven. So I do want to just update him a little bit because I think I can do definitely something more interesting with his shirt. I definitely think I can do something with a little bit more interesting with his shirt. That would be super helpful for a cook. I think so. I think so. And that is a hydrate though. So we will come back to Dari. So everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and take a sip. Because today we're doing things a little bit strangely. I will be task switching between drawing and writing for the duration of our stream today, and our timer for switching between the two will be our hydrate reminders. So every half hour when the hydrate reminder goes off, that is going to be our signal to task switch. So if you've got stuff to focus on, I'm going to be going into writing mode for a little bit, working on Harrier lore. But I'm doing it in blurred mode. Sorry, I'm not going to show you guys exactly what I am writing because it's spoilers. I am legitimately lore. Yes, we're writing lore. Because I want to at least keep some surprises. What I can tell you is that the document that I'm currently working in, this is just a first pass on narrative of everything lore based. I've got it in a couple of forms. I've got it in bullet points. I've got a little bit of the primary bits going on. I've got the opening scene in a script format. And then I am working all the way over here at the moment, where I am actually writing in appropriate POV. There's so much to enjoy later on. Yes. Like, I am trying to make a full course meal out of this. And in order to do so, one needs to have enough groundwork. This is just the narrative document. It is not the world build document. The world build document is huge. The world build document is huge. already, and there's still much more to go into it because there's a lot of information that I need to have that may not necessarily be relevant to you guys, but if I want to keep things consistent on my side, I need to know the stuff. Which means one needs to do a lot of planning. So yes, we are going to go into writing mode. And I do not know if you will be able to hear my keyboard. If you are, great. If you're not, whoops. Also, would you prefer that I keep my stream music on, or would you prefer to switch on your own in another tab in the background? What would you guys prefer? Because I'm okay with both. Actually, I want to just quickly check. I want to come over here quickly. There's something that I need to do. I need to grab here. Copy that. Drop that in there so that it's local. Stream music is good. I can't multitask as I'm only on the phone. Okay, fair. Just let me know if you feel like it's getting intolerably repetitive. I think I've managed to download a couple of tracks for shorts that I still need to edit that we can also switch out between. So if we feel like we need to switch it out, we can look at that. But okay, let's get some writing in place. There we go. Let me just actually do a quick read through and get the timing on this. I need a timer, stopwatch. On this side. I need a stopwatch on this side. No, open up. Please and thank you. Oh man, I forgot to answer that. Okay. Stopwatch. And I shall be mostly lurking, attempt some sleep. That sounds like a good idea, Seal. I hope that you get a nap in. Rest well. Until then, I hope that I won't startle you awake if I have a sudden gasp. Alright. Going into focus mode. Let's go. And begin the read. Okay, 3 minutes 26. 3 minutes 26. I'm gonna round that up to... I'm gonna round that up to 4 minutes to account for additional audio madness. Because, yeah, I am planning for audio madness. So I want to make sure that I leave space for timing things in place. Okay. Let's see. Can you guys hear my keyboard? Just want to make sure. Awesome, welcome in, welcome in. We are currently doing a little bit of writing at the moment. We are just in a little bit of hiccups in the meantime. How was it? Oh no. I hope that the remainder of your afternoon goes a bit better. I'm going to keep that down there. I'm going to put that back up. I'm not going to leave that down there. There we go. Thought you were sleeping? Oh no. Why would I sleep on stream? Why would I sleep on stream? Stream time is actually my work day. Stream time is my work day. I can't sleep on stream. Blah. Blah. No. Okay, so, where was I? Where was I? Here. Here. Yeah. Your eyes were closed? Oh, it's because I was looking down a little bit. Let me just recalibrate. There we go. Hopefully that's a bit better. Hopefully that'll be a bit better. I can't tell. I can't tell. Why? Because my OBS is on the above screen and I'm looking at the below screen. Hopefully the recalibration helps. Okay. Returned. Then. Okay. It works. Eventually, then. How about? Let me just click on that. How am I going to phrase this? I need to decide about this person. I want to switch to that. I'm not entirely happy about how this is going. I feel like this is getting a bit info dumpy. I don't like that. At the same time, I don't like that. At the same time, how am I going to show this organically? How am I going to show this organically? Info dumping. I need to remember that I know this stuff. But no one else knows this stuff. I need to remember that. I want to check in another tab over here quickly. There's something I want to check. Wait, let me check. I want to check. Come over here, open a new tab. I want to go to this channel. And I want to see. Yeah. One minute, 7 minutes. 3 minutes. No. 1 minute, 7 minutes. Okay, so it can be a bit longer. It can be a bit longer. Something like that, maybe. Let's see. Let me think. Let's go with and that's our next hydrate reminder. So everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. And I just want to finish the sentence, and then I'm going to switch back to Clip Studio. I really need to decide who this person is, but okay. that's episode 0. Woohoo! So now we're gonna put a heading in here so that I can find things. That should be heading 3, yes. Episode 0. There we go. Down here. Okay. And now when I get back to that, we will be able to resume with writing other things. Okay. So, next job is going to be looking at doing some adjustments to Dari's outfit here. Because at the moment, it's a wee bit boring. Just a wee bit boring. And we need to make it not boring. Okay. So. I like his facial shape. I like where the arms are coming out, but what I'm not liking is pretty much the entire outfit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put all of this in a group, and I'm going to call this V1. Collapse V1. Okay. Right, Sang-hoon, I'm going to try and say this nicely, but please have a look. At the moment, it is very, very much sounding like you are only talking about the things going wrong in your world at the moment in chat. And I know that you want to vent about it, but please, my streams are not the place to vent about things. No one's streams are the place to vent about things unless you are the streamer, I'm afraid. So please be mindful of that. The rest of us are here to enjoy things and to be productive together. And when every time you come in, it sounds like you are continuing telling the same story from everything. I know it's your life and you're existing through it, but please be mindful of the fact that it is affecting other viewers as well. And I would prefer if we can actually keep conversation in chat on the topic of what is actually happening on stream, for the most part. Please and thank you. Just for the respect for the viewers who are here for what's happening in stream. I know it's sounds a little bit harsh, but it's just based off of the observations of the last couple of days. Please be mindful of this. Because it also affects me as the streamer when I keep seeing the negativity, and it's very, very much bordering on the trauma dumping as seen in my rules. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to, I'm going to do it this way. I'm just going to make a smaller mannequin for myself here, for Dory. We're going to start with ribcage. Now he's actually got a pretty slender build, but he has a lot happening in the upper torso. So let me actually extend the ribcage down a little bit more. He's got a lot of upper torso anatomy that needs to be accounted for. So, he will have second collarbone like that, and like that, and like that, and like that. That needs to be accounted for. More or less. Let's just get spacing to make sense. Each of these actually needs to wrap a little bit tighter because at this point there will be a deltoid that sparks off of those. That's going to come off of there and there. How does the anatomy work? How does the anatomy work? Let's just check here. So we've got to have 3 scapular sets. Collarbone 1. Deltoid 1. Appropriate musculature. That it's very top heavy very quickly as soon as you start layering all of the necessary parts to actually be able to move 3 sets of arms. Okay. That's not counting what's happening. Over there. Now, you can't necessarily have a weak spine in combination with this because that's a lot of mass that it needs to support, which means it's got to have at least a significantly strong spinal support over here, which puts his front at approximately there. Anatomical planning. Anatomical planning. Wild, isn't it? That you need to do in order to be able to even just design a shirt. Why did I decide to give this guy 6 arms instead of like, what, 2, 4? Why did I decide to give this guy 6 arms instead of 4? I don't know why. Like 6 is a lot. Is it too late to change that? And if I think about it, 6 arms is just a little bit clunky. Eventually you're going to have a pair that gets in the way. As an organism, I think probably it would make more sense to only have 4, not 6. It's just too much. Because the practical purpose is of why you would get specifically 6 arms as a species. I think I'm going to cut this down to 2 pairs of arms. Not 3. Because it's just too much. Yeah, I'm gonna cut this down from 3 pairs to 2. I'm gonna cut this down from 3 pairs to 2. Okay. Oh, that solves the problem. If I attach it to the front ridge of the ribs. If I attach that pectoral to the front rib, to the leading edge of the ribs instead of to the sternum. I just need to actually have a reinforced sternum. Slightly reinforced sternum, but it makes sense. It'll work. It'll work. That anatomy will work. That looks more bird though. Now what we need to do is we need to split the difference. Now we need to split the difference. So, ribs. I want this second pair of arms to not come from the mid-back. I want it to come from around about here. Okay, that works. That means second shoulder blades, it's there. And he can have a more slender frame accordingly. Okay. Still want him to have a slightly broader shoulder, obviously to give space for all of them, because there's a lot of shoulder going around here. But at least then, in terms of our primary lower torso build, it won't be so cluttered, I think. So we can really just make him a little bit more slender there. And that puts the top of that pectoral over there. Attaching to a keel like that. And like that. Okay. Which means there will have been probably another sort of no, second set of arms is not going to have a collarbone. It's going to be sort of feline in that sense, no collarbone on the lowest set. There'll just be a modified rib. There'll just be a modified rib. I want this one to be significantly longer to accommodate. Which is going to make this top arm pretty broad. In terms of where it stands out. Now each of the arms independently is going to be a bit on the slender side as well. Okay, so I feel a bit better about that. So that one can go away. Now what I can do, is I want to come over here, I want to grab a symmetry ruler and I want to drop that like that so that I can just sort of cheat here a little bit. Okay, and get basic information in place. I'm going to give myself a little bit of a base to work with. For actually designing the shirt. Because when you're doing with interesting anatomy, you've got to have interesting pattern making to go with it. Otherwise, it's going to look half-baked in the design. And that is not what we want. Now, if you're wondering why I am bothering applying so much thought to the cook, because we literally live in the same house. And I'm not going to be able to avoid this person's existence. So I might as well make them interesting, right? And then basically from there down it's normal humanoid anatomy. So, looks a little bit weird at the moment. Let's see if we can refine this. Because we need to actually have a point where we can see the attachments over here, because otherwise it's not going to make sense. Slightly narrower, slightly higher. I want to shorten this torso a little bit further. There we go. Okay. That'll work. That'll work. And he's actually got a very simple haircut, actually. Event. And that is a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe consumption beverage. And let's take a sip. Okay, we've got the forearmed anatomy down. Okay, I'm happy leaving it at forearms. I'm happy leaving it at forearms. 6 was too many. 6 was too many, 4 is manageable. 4 is manageable. Okay. Four is manageable. 6 was too many. We will be now able in the next set to we'll be able in the next set. Actually, let's do another set just to get through a phase of shirt design, and then I will switch back to writing for a half hour. So let's do half hour writing, 1 hour arting, half hour writing, 1 hour arting. Let's see how that goes in that pattern. Okay. Let me just throw this on here quickly and just get hip bones. Use the opportunity to actually put a uniform together. Legs for days because he's got a long torso. Just want to measure. Not quite that much. The navel is going to sit approximately there. There. So, elbow placement. We're going to work on the operand that the lower set of arms is going to be by standard humanoid proportions. But as for the rest of the Hue Plus details we're dealing with here, let's check this proportion. I think upper set of arms needs to have a slightly longer limb structure. As well. And I actually also think maybe a slightly thicker limb structure, because then the upper arms are almost as long as the legs. Let me just check. Yeah, the upper arms are then going to be almost as long as the legs. And therefore, I want to give that some biological purpose, which means this is going to also have a different sort of hand structure as well, just ever so slightly. No? Do I really want to do that? No, I don't. I don't want it to have a totally different hand structure. I do not want to have a totally different hand structure. Okay. So let's just rough in this base a little bit more. So that I can hide these rough sketches underneath. Now these top limbs are going to look a little bit very dainty in comparison, but that's actually intentional. This character is not a combat class. He does not need to be a tank. Okay, that's enough information to start with, I think. Let's just switch that off for the moment, and let's just add it also on this side. Rough idea. Prazik, hello, hello, welcome in. How are you doing? I'm gonna steal your shoes. Good luck with that. Hello, Joshua. How are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Actually, there's gonna be a bit more of a space here because... There we go. Someone is challenging me now. The hunt will be great. Ah, Joy. Joy! Hello, hello! Good time zone to you too! Welcome in, welcome in. We are doing a little bit of panel beating on some Mystehaven characters at the moment. So at the moment I'm looking at my cook. The cook in my dorm room. Ah, Joshua! Attacked by flowers. Thank you, thank you. We were dealing a little bit. Yes, forms. Yeah, in the original version, he had 6. But 6 was just a couple too many. 6 was just a couple too many. I couldn't get... I couldn't validate an organic reason to have 6 for a mammal-like creature. That is so convenient for the kitchen. Yes, it is. So I'm just refining Dari a little bit because I've literally only got this sketch of him, which is very, very, very preliminary. But it's needing help because he looks a bit boring. He looks a bit boring, and that won't do. I thought he would be some arachnid cross something. Nah. I mean, there are arachnid types in Mystehaven. He's not quite. He's just... It's just one. He's a different kind of alien than me, but we're both aliens to our planet in Fort Mystehaven, so... He's just a different kind of alien. Ah, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. But no, there are definitely arachnid types in Port Mystehaven. But yeah. Okay. So I think that gives us enough of a foundation of which to now finally start looking at revising his outfit. So this is his co-worker in the home fires department, our resident cleaning lady Erna. And I mean, with such a vast universe, all possibilities are probable. Yeah, this is true. This is true. And I mean, with the number of weird people that have pitched up in Port Mystehaven before, literally anything goes. Literally anything goes. So. So I want to just sort of half visually match the new uniform to work next to Erna. So we'll see what we can come up with that will conform to the anatomy without being off-brand. Because I am pretty sure that when you've got someone with forearms, the tailoring is going to be an interesting challenge. If not appropriately adapted. Thankfully, there are professionals who are used to doing those sorts of adaptations. Can I throw things at you, or would you rather have me not? I mean, idea-wise, sure. What's the worst that can happen? I develop like 5 new characters. Who knows? They might just be necessary. I don't know. But please throw away. Possibly. Look, I've already got 10 people in my patrol unit, and then these 2. And then a couple of others that I've already developed who work outside of my patrol unit, so... What's a couple more, right? There's a whole world to populate. Theoretically. We are in an area that has a warmer climate, so I don't necessarily want this to look stuffy, which is why I originally gave him such a light shirt. But I think I want to just adapt this slightly. I did like the open collar because Dari is a pretty casual guy. Color-wise, mainly the white with black accents where the work was made. Yeah, out of practicality, I have that inverted, so mainly black with white accents. Simply out of practicality. Oh, you were talking about Dari. You were talking about Dari. Mainly white with black accents for the foot, yes. I'm not 100% sure I'm understanding your order of operations here. Joy, if you can please rephrase that, because I'm feeling very dumb right now. I'm feeling very dumb. What I am going to do is I'm going to duplicate this epaulette information, because that works. The epaulette information works. I meant for the clothing. I'm not entirely happy with that. Let's go with... let's have a look here first. If we have a shared RMI, so mainly a white shirt and then with some black accents. Okay, Podari, yes, okay. That could probably work. So with that, that would put that at approximately that point, I think. Maybe not quite so long. It's Erna's cuffs. Functionality-wise, it would make sense for a cook to wear white clothing because you can boil and wash bleach, so to be completely sanitized for food. Oh, that's fair. That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. I can roll with that logic. Okay. Fun fact, this is why historical undergarments are mainly white. Ooh, that is indeed a fun fact. Thank you for sharing that. Interesting. Let's see. How does that behave? He looks an awful lot more slender from the front than he does from the side. Wow. It's because of the extra layers of shoulder blades, and also the fact that he's literally got an extra what? That looks like approximately that looks like about 20 centimeters, 8 inches-ish of rib on top of where a normal human rib cage would end. So that would be something. That is a long boy. Yes, you need to have that extra height to accommodate the entire extra set of limbs. And I really want to make that length kind of a recurring theme in his look. I want to kind of make him look even taller to counterbalance the width that comes with the arms. Because he's never going to be standing around like this in practicality. The arms will always be gesturing or carrying something, which will give him a sense of width. And I don't want him to look stocky. He's also someone with a very slender build, so vertical stripes it is. Or at the very least, front edge seams. Front edge seams. Is he also getting an apron? I am considering the exact method of apronage for this. Because at the moment I am not sure if this is more apron wear or more scrubs. Like I am half tempted to let me iterate and figure something out. Because let's think about it. What would he actually actively need to carry on his person? This isn't he isn't working in a restaurant scenario, so he's not going to be cooking 24/7. When he is not in the kitchen, He has administrative duties. So, stock acquisitions, yeah, he's only responsible for cooking for himself and 9 other people. 11 other people, I keep forgetting. That it's 10 mist guard and then 2 support staff. 10 mist guard and 2 support staff per unit. Thank you. Coffee, greatly appreciated. Fresh coffee, yay! So he's not going to be kitchen bound at all hours. And that's a hydrate. Okay. So we got something. We got something. But we're going to need to come back to this. After our next writing set. So everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage. And let's take a sip. Okay. Next writing set. Okay. I've got episode 0 down. Next is episode 1. Let me just go to my synopsis. Exploded plot. So you could do something similar to the house coat dress. You can put that quickly over your nice clothes and not get nasty over your fine clothing. Yeah, that's something along the lines of what I think would work. He's it's definitely that's definitely something that I will mull over while I'm in the next writing phase. So what I'm doing is, today I'm doing a very weird thing where I'm splitting between, whatchamacallit, design work and actual writing work on Harrier lore. So what we are presently doing is we are quickly just reorienting ourselves. Quickly. Let me think. How do I want to make this move along past the opening scene that I wrote previously? I want this to very quickly move into... I want to sort of skip the rehab after arrival. Let's go with this. Let's go with... 3 dash? 3 dash, 3 dash? Yeah, because it's not so much rehab. Rehab is just basically giving the brain a chance to rest for a little bit, so like 2 days of rest and then minor orientation sessions throughout. Just basically get yourself back in gear. That makes sense, that makes sense, that makes sense, I think. It'll work. I just really hope that this format that I'm trying to write in is actually going to work in terms of long format and making this functionally an interesting way of reading things. I really hope this format is going to work. I mean, theoretically it should. Theoretically it should. Theoretically it should. I might have to write this in first person. Oh no, I might have to write this in first person. I might have to write this in first person. I might have to do conversions. I hate first person, but okay. If I'm going to be self-narrating this, unless. If I don't have a narrator providing a universal consistency, then I'm... As long as you're consistent with it, none of the persons are bad. Yeah, I just personally dislike first person. I personally just dislike first person. Not so much in terms of, like, first person feels right if you're reading like an autobiography. Not that I read an awful lot of autobiographies. Or a letter. I might just have to do a couple of adaptations depending on the use case, because this is what I'm currently doing is functional writing, getting the text down, but depending on the media that I'm actually going to be producing this in, I'm going to definitely need to do adaptations after this. I'm definitely going to need to do adaptations because I can think of like 3 different ways that I can put this together. Zany, hello, welcome in, welcome in. We're doing a little bit of writing at the moment. How gosh. Hope Tuesday has been treating you kindly so far, or if it's Wednesday in your part of the world already, then happy Wednesday. Getting the story down, but not yet sure on the storytelling. Yeah, because I've got at least 1, 2, 3, 4 different potential ways that I can tell the story. And I would ideally like to do all of the adaptations eventually. I'd like to do all of the adaptations eventually, because if I can get that right, it means that it opens it up to people who like engaging with the content in different ways. So I would like to do all of the different versions, but I need to actually have the foundation in place. So once I have the narrative in at least one form, I can do the adaptations for all of the others. And I think the form that I am going to write for first, I'm going to stick with third person for now, and then when I get to the audio adaptation, I will tweak it, because it's not going to be difficult. It's not going to be difficult to tweak this from third person into first person, because I am writing in my POV, not necessarily in a third party's POV, so it's fine. First 10 minutes have been treating me alrighty. How's the writing been? It has been slightly productive. We have had 1.5 hour writing slot so far this evening, and then we spent about an hour drawing and fixing some character designs for some other Mystehaven characters. So we were briefly touching on our resident cook and housekeeper. They have been brushed up a little bit. I've still got to do some work on cook though. So he has gone from 6 limbs down to, well, he's gone from 6 arms down to 4 arms. So from 8 limbs down to 6 limbs in the span of this one day, because I could not validate the extra set. And you know what? Fair. It'll make tailoring his clothing a little bit easier. I just need to decide now actually how to get a look on him that looks interesting and decent and aligns with some sort of you know what? I think I just had an idea for that. But I will write that. But I will put that idea down in this place first, and then I will write that. Continue with the writing thing just momentarily. I do like what Joy mentioned just a moment ago about the overcoat. For cooking. Why? 2 oil and bleach, because that makes logical sense. Yeah, Rabidakiba, yay! Okay, so now let's continue writing things. Writing. Okay, first key point that she figured out. You know what? I forgot to have the hydrate. I forgot to actually have the hydrate, didn't I? Anyway, there's fresh coffee. I'm going to have a sip of coffee. Yes. Fresh coffee. Lovely. Lovely. Speaking of coffee, we are exactly 5 pounds away from the coffee and 10 sugars Vatsu. on the Donathon. We are £5 away from that. Do with this information what you will. Okay. $10. Yes, I do not drink any sweeteners of any description in my coffee. It's gonna make my toenails curl. I am not looking forward to it. Yes, 10. One for each member of the active mist guard in my patrol unit. I can actually feel the sides of my throat tightening in anticipation of how desperately sweet that's going to be. Ah! I'm definitely going to need to chase that down with a double espresso just to make myself sane after that when it does happen. Ow. Uh-huh. Da-da-da-dum. Let's see. Oh, joy. Thank you for the donation. Thank you for the donation. You know exactly what you did there. Okay. Let me prepare the batsu. Oh boy. Thank you, Joy. Greatly appreciated. Let me just come over here briefly. I want to hit this button. And I want to open up my spreadsheet really quickly. I need to open up my spreadsheet. Where are you? Here. Event. Donothon. There we go. Open that up. Copy. Paste. Also, Joy, you get to choose another Umamusume. I know you previously in a DM said someone cheerful. So I will, if you are still unfamiliar, I will choose another someone cheerful and cute. You said cute. You said cute. When I'm thinking Uma Musume, I think of exactly one cute person. But I'll see who else is adorable. I did my homework actually. Oh, yay! Have you got Uma in mind? Yes? Ooh. Please do tell. Let me Google it quickly so I can take over her name. Ooh. Thank you. Meanwhile, let me just open this up. Hide that for the moment. No, show that again. I just want to minimize. Briefly. So that I can come in here and go reached. Ding! Woohoo! Thank you, Joy. Let's just check. There, yes. Okay, that works. I am very, very quickly going to okay, you got it? Yay! Oh yes, the one with the very, very long name. Matikaten Matikanetanhauser. The one whose name I've never actually heard pronounced, and even in the game, I don't know how they pronounce that in game. Do I even have that Uma? I've not logged in some days. I need to check. I've not logged in some days. I'm so behind. I'm so behind. Omachi-chan? Okay. That's easier to pronounce. That's easier to pronounce. I'm actually just going to open this on the side. And have that run on the phone. Okay, it needs to update. Well, I will let that do the update. And make a note here quickly. I'm not sure if there's a difference in the Japanese game versus the English game. I've never heard the English one, so that's probably why I'm not familiar with the pronunciation. I've legitimately never heard the English version of the game. Okay, you can't actually read that. You can't actually read that. Okay. I will be back momentarily. I'm just going to fetch the sugar. Oh man. And I'm gonna save this particular mug for actual hydrates. And then quickly make the Batsu coffee. So I will be back momentarily. Let me just go and get this in place. And right here. Okay, be right back. Okay, I am back. I am back. There we go. It took, yay. And it came back drier as we hit the hydrate. Oh boy. So, we have the coffee, we've got an espresso to chase it down with because this is going to be pain. And my model is going to be a little bit broken for a moment. Because I'm going to be facing behind me, basically. Or no. Let me just do this. This is going to sound a little bit cranky for a moment. Just getting my microphone swung around. There we go. Like that. Okay. Like that. And you're going to need to reroute that, but okay. So, coffee and 10 sugars. This is going to be pain. This is but okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That changed the water level of the coffee. Guys, help. That changed the water level on the coffee. Oh no. Oh no. Oh dear. That literally changed the liquid level on this. Oh my, that feels like slurry down there. Trying to stir this. That feels like slurry. Will the teaspoon come out or will it be as bent? Oh my. Will everything even dissolve? Oh man. I hope you guys are ready for this because I'm absolutely not. 10 sugars in this coffee. Listen, I love like suffering for my amusement and you told me of this opportunity. Yes, I did ask for it. I legitimately asked for it. I'm the one who was daft enough to put it in my Donothon goals. Just like the lemon. I was the one who was daft enough to decide, hey, let's do something like that. So, okay, it feels like I think I've gotten it all dissolved, I think I got it all dissolved. Right. The fruit so tantalizingly low-hanging. Yes, it was indeed a low-hanging fruit in that regard. Thank you once again. So everyone, courtesy of Joy, we have the batsu of a coffee with 10 sugars. Let's see if I survive this, or if you're going to need to pry me out of the concrete with a pair of pliers. Resistance was futile. Resistance was so futile. Oh, okay. Here goes nothing. Oh my word, that's sweet! I can't even taste the coffee. It is aromatic sugar. Ah! That is aromatic sugar. Like, I legitimately can't taste the coffee anymore. Ah, it's so sweet. Oh dear. I am going to chase this. Oh, also that's hot. That's hot, too. Here That's hot. That's hot. But that is basically just freaking sugar water. Ah! This is not a coffee anymore. The energy crash is going to be amazing afterwards, maybe. Not a challenge to be done by those of us who have insulin problems. Definitely not. Definitely not a challenge for those of us with insulin problems. Because this is a crash waiting to happen. I am just breathing for a moment. So sweet. I am going to savor this afterwards. Please torture yourself responsibly. Yes, please. That is exactly the idea. Torturing ourselves responsibly. I am fortunately not someone who has insulin problems, to my knowledge, or thyroid problems, to my knowledge, or any of those madnesses. Which is why I could bear this particular Batsu. But in the interest of future things in the Donathon, i.e. the unarchived karaoke at £1,100 and the song composition at £1,200, with those in mind, I couldn't do things like, you know, chili sauce challenges or things like that. That would be potentially damaging to my throat. So, I needed to choose my Batsus responsibly as well. Just a little bit. But, okay. Responsible torture continues. Responsible torture continues. This will not be repeated. At least not in this calendar year. Good grief. That is sweet. Please tell me you guys can see that this is getting emptier. Oy. Also, is the audio level okay? Is the audio balance between the stream music and me okay? I did increase the stream music volume a little bit, but now I'm not 100% sure if it's almost a little too loud for you guys. You're almost halfway? Yeah, the slant on this particular mug is not easy for being able to judge the actual height or the actual distance. But we are just about I look this. We're just about at the bottom of the ear. Where the liquid level is at about the top of the bottom part of the ear. And you're good? The sound is good. Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. Feedback is good. Well, there's not still residue in the bottom that's going to need another stir. Looks like we're okay. Oh my word. I do in fact feel my jaw clenching. I feel my jaw clenching from this sweet. Almost there. Almost at the bottom of this. Okay. I can report that while this is uncomfortable, it is less uncomfortable than the lemon was. I will say that much. It is less uncomfortable than the lemon was. But that does not mean that this is okay. Done. Done. Finished. Finished. I survived. Ah! There was in fact residue in the bottom of that. There was residue in the bottom of that. Espresso. Save me. Espresso. Congrats. Thank you. Now that is completely unsweetened. Glory. Pure, completely unsweetened glory. We survived! That was peak entertainment. I am glad. I am glad. I am glad, Joy. I am glad you had fun with the Batsu you sponsored so kindly. Microphone back in standard positioning. There we go. Especially because I drink my coffee like my soul, with lots of milk and sweetener. No, I think I have not actually drunk sugar in my coffee since I was like, what, 17? So it's been some years. It's been some years. I won't say how many years, but it's been some. I've had condensed milk in my coffee, but that's on a rare occasion and usually less. And that's also really, really nice, just by the way. If you like sweet coffees, condensed milk is gorgeous in the bottom of your coffee. But yeah, that's not the standard practice. But yes, that was the ridiculously oversweet coffee. You're welcome. And now we go over here, and that was at 700. Done. Ah yes, the teenage years. You need your carbohydrates then. Yeah. Even then, I think the most sugar I'd ever had in my coffee up until that point was 2. So it was quite a bit of a change. That was actually around that time when I stopped drinking tea with anything in it. Yeah, I stopped drinking anything in my tea a long time before I stopped drinking it in my coffee. Interestingly. Nowadays, if I do put anything in my tea, it's usually honey, and then it's usually for medicine. But I actually enjoy my tea neat. Okay, I enjoy my espresso neat. I enjoy my tea neat. And every now and again, I'll have my coffee neat as well. My normal lazy person's coffee. I'll have that neat as well every now and again. But yes, while I've still got this open, reminder guys that tomorrow we've got a goal fulfillment stream. So you see all of these things that say chat writes or chat chooses a thing that we have met so far? That is happening tomorrow. So I hope if you have any ideas for what nonsense you would like me to tweet and post on Blue Sky, that you have that ready. If you've got any ideas for a little 4-panel comic that you would like to throw in the hat, that you've got that ready as well. And if you've found any voice scripts over the years that you might think it would be interesting to hear me read out, I hope you've got that ready too, because that is all going to happen tomorrow, and wow. That was sweet. I'm still recoiling. Whew. Okay. Recalibrating. Now, a sip from my long-standing coffee. Okay, there we go. There we go. Whew. We survived that. We survived that. We survived that. Right. Right. I am very quickly going to take these bots of materials back to the kitchen. And also top up my water bottle because it's practically empty. And I've still got 3 hours left to stream today. So, I will be back momentarily. And when I return, we shall resume with arting. I only got like 2 sentences in with the writing stuff before Joy graced us with the whatchamacallit donation. And I will be playing these Uma Musume redeems through when we do the goal fulfillment and you guys are telling me what all you want to actually write and say. Now let me just see. Do I? Okay, I don't actually have I don't actually have your Uma Joy. I don't actually have her in my roster. Actually, I don't think she's playable yet. Hold up. Everyone knows that capsaicin keeps giving, but sugar can also overstimulate your taste palates a lot. Yeah, I don't think she's playable yet. Yeah, there's the weird fortune teller horse is there, but not our lass, sadly. Just checking. Yeah, that might be a JP only one, maybe? Yeah, I think she's still coming. Okay. Right. Da-da-da-dum. About okay. I'm very quickly going to take the coffee things back to the kitchen. You may choose then. Alright, I will. Just rewrite that as own discretion. Okay. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. I know that there is an accelerated release schedule with the other Umas that are on their way until we catch up with JP. But we'll see how long it actually takes. I'll keep a note in mind regarding Hauser. Okay. So yes, tomorrow is goal fulfillment. So please keep in mind that we've got a bunch of stuff that we can do. We're going to be playing Uma Musume and having you guys make decisions on things. How exactly it's going to pan out, we don't know. But I encourage everyone to participate if you want to have your say. I would strongly encourage everyone to participate so that we can choose collectively what all is going to happen, I think. Because we're going to basically throw all of the options in a hat, and then by process of elimination and voting and madness, depending on how many entries of what sorts we get, combine and select our actual ideas into stuff that'll be content for you guys to enjoy. Alright, so I'm just going to take that stuff to the kitchen and I'll be right back. And I'm not going to switch to the be right back screen. I am just going to go mute. Okay, we're back. We're back. Right. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. Alrighty then. We were over here. We were over here. I don't know if there was a hydrate in the middle of while I was away. It's possible. It's possible, or it might happen in the next couple of minutes. We'll see. Eek! But okay. Let us review this again, because this overcoat idea that Joy provided a little while ago is a really good one, and I want to explore that. Which means that basically we'll have the overcoat, which is more uniform, and then we'll have the below part with a lower layer, which can actually be casual dress. So this will be the uniform top layer. Which I think we will apply the same sort of clasps as what Erna has on her corset belt. More or less. That's a lot broader than Erna's. In shape, so let's adjust. I'll ignore the scalp for now because it's obviously not right. Or should I ignore the scalp now? Let me just do dash. Let me just do dash. This one is definitely wrong. Match. Okay. Mum. do tasks like that also work. Now let's do this. There's the hydrate. There's the hydrate. Let me just cut and paste. I want that to be on a separate layer. Oi. Cut and paste. There we go. Show this. And I want this to be longer. Almost. You know what? I'm going to make it almost a built-in apron as well. Yeah, I'm going to build in an apron onto this. Okay, but that was a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and have a sip. Safe meaning definitely not with 10 sugars. I'm still reeling. I'm still reeling from that. I think that was all of the sugar I could muster for like a week, at the very least. Wait, was that with 10 sugars? Remind me not to share my hot cocoa recipe. Yes, that was with 10 sugars. It was pain. But it was self-induced pain. I'm the one who wrote that into the box. Yeah, I think it's been a while since I've had cocoa as well. It's been a while since I've had cocoa. But I remember we also had it mostly unsweetened. But what we did do was, for just that little bit of extra decadence and creaminess, is when we last made it, we actually bought a slab of dark chocolate and melted like a block of this dark chocolate in the bottom of this cocoa. We did that, but otherwise it was also unsweetened. I have a massive sweet tooth and a dislike of coffee flavor, so that's about what I usually put into any coffee. Oh wow. Yeah, because like I mentioned when I first tasted it, I did not taste any coffee at all. Rare. I did not taste any coffee at all. It was just aromatic sugar water at that point. Yeah, but no, a block of nice bitter dark chocolate in the bottom of the cocoa and melted in was really, really good. Because dark chocolate is actually kind of good for you. Cocoa is actually kind of good for you, as long as you're not drowning it all in sugar, because sugar is poison. Sugar is poison. And it does not agree with the alien constitution very much. Yeah, I kind of touched on it yesterday, how I've got some mechanical bits, and yeah, it means that my organic to inorganic ratio is not the same as most other folk. And yeah, it just means that the sugar that does get consumed has a big impact. When I make it, I usually use unsweetened cocoa in 600 to 800 milliliters of water. So the first 5 tablespoons... Tablespoons?! Bread? Bread, I'm worried for you. I am legitimately worried for you. Like, seriously. I am worried. I am worried for you. It's not called White Death for nothing. You're right, Joy. It's absolutely not called that for nothing. Being an Eldritch for real, yes. I am stunned. I am shook. It's fine. My birthday cannot take that much all at once? No. No. Like, I just had my sugar quota for the next 2 weeks. It would not sit well? No. Okay, that looks decent, I think. Don't have Texas sweet tea then? I've not heard of Texas sweet tea, but considering that it's got the name of an American state in it, and America is known for throwing everything to death with sugar, and it's called Texas sweet, then it means that there's even more sugar. I will pass. I will pass. I will take my bitter things. Thank you. I will take my bitter things. Okay. Let us see. Let us see. That was about the reaction I expected. The cocoa is watered down and drunk slowly, so I wouldn't be surprised if a good chunk of it falls out. Eh? A good chunk of what falls out? Way too sweet for me, and I like sweets. Yeah, I'm okay with some sweet things in moderation. Cookies are my weakness, especially the buttery chocolate chip ones. That's a weakness of mine. Lemon chung? Also. I can roll with that. But when it comes to certain desserts and things like candies and so on, I can actually honestly say no to them if I'm offered quite regularly. Because, too sweet. Too sweet. And so many drinks as well are just too sweet, too sweet, too sweet, too sweet. Like, so many sweet drinks is just, no. Freshly baked cookies. I need to bake. Wait, oh! I actually still want to get a recipe for a nice buttery chocolate, because I have not actually got one. But, As with sweet tea, the recipe I got for 7 sweet tea calls for an artificial sweetener that's too sweet for me and about a cup of it. I agree, Joy. A cup? Huh? Huh? No! I can feel my liver complaining in empathy here. I am legitimately feeling empathetic liver failure. Almost. From just that amount of processing. Or maybe that is actually the sugar that I just consumed that is talking. I don't know which of the two. One of the two. No. Too much. Too much. Too much. Too much. Too much. Too much. No. Big no. Big no. How much tea for that cup? Yeah. Ugh. I need another sip of actual hydration because I'm actually legitimately feeling this now. But I'm still reeling from that oversweetened coffee. How much tea for that cash? Yeah, do you want some tea with your sugar? Yeah. That definitely sounds like that is the question being asked in this case. 4 cups of tea, then 4 cups of water. Then I drop the sugar in, and I usually put it in a half or 3/4 of a cup. Okay. I will... Is that tea coming in like a... nectar extract... cordial type... thing? Because otherwise that does not make sense, that ratio to me. Okay, let's see if we can figure out this lower layer. Um, 4 cups of black tea that I brew then. Oh, okay. Okay. Recipe called out the cheapest store brand black tea you can find. Well, they're certainly trying to be economical on at least one front. Let's see. Let's show a little bit of collarbone before closing up. I do like giving him a little bit of an open neckline. I feel like that suits him. Because otherwise everything feels just very torso heavy. Having something that extends down a little bit seems like it is necessary. Plunge that a little bit. This actually reminded me I was going to make some. I got some lemonade on sale, so I can use that instead of any sweetener. Ah. Yeah. Bread is a definite agent of chaos in this chat. Please just be mindful of your health. I know some people are more here for good time than a long time, but there's no reason why you can't be around for a good long time, and that your long time can't be good, right? You do people different for sure. This is true. This is true. I'm gonna keep the long point on the collar. Would you believe that this recipe was something that helped my health? It was a substitute for alcohol and energy drinks. As interim for that, yes, I can understand it being an improvement. Okay. As long as there's a next step after that. At your time, though. The starting next step is make it with less sugar. That sounds like a good starting point. Let's see. It feels like there needs to be something. Splitting the waistline here. I don't know if I want to actually. I'm going to make points here as well to also just help extend that down while keeping the overall view short. Keeping the overall split of colour reduced. Hide that. Means we crosses over this way. I'm also the kettle calling the pot back. The only thing I drink is colas here. Okay. I'm feeling myself being the responsible adult in the room again. Deep breaths. Deep breaths, Harry. I'm the one who just had a cup of coffee with 10 sugars in it, and somehow I'm the responsible adult in the room. Okay. Everything is fine. Chaos. Sheer and total chaos. Order of the day. When the bird with no memories is the responsible adult in the room, I'm concerned. I admit water would be better, but I do not like the taste of water. You know, what I've recently done, or started doing, is, in my house we get, purified water from a shop, because we don't necessarily trust what comes out of a tap. But I find that drinking water on its own can actually drain electrolytes quite significantly, considering that I drink quite a lot of it. So what I've recently taken to doing is putting a few grains of rock salt in my water bottle. So like just a few grains, like somewhere between 3 and 6 grains of salt. It depends on the size of the grains independently. It's not enough to make quote-unquote salt water, or be a dangerous volume, but it's just enough to make it more electrolyte heavy, and it actually softens the taste of the water quite significantly. The salt trick works. It helped reduce headaches I've had since I started. Like, I actually, not very long ago, like 3 or 4 months ago, I was actually feeling ill from overhydrating with water with not enough electrolytes in it. So it is something that I needed to do. Also for health reasons. Because drinking water is only as good as making sure that you're not throwing out every single particle of salt. That helps you actually retain the water. So that it can actually do its job. Because otherwise you actually drink water to dehydrate yourself. Which is very confusing, but it's a reality that happens. Okay. It's very simple. I actually found some cold brew teas that also help. Ooh, yes, cold brew teas are nice. Cold brew teas are very nice. Okay, that ought to do the trick, I think. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this. And I'm just gonna do a rough fill. Come on, if I can just catch it. There we go. Okay. It's mainly a laziness thing. For the cold brew teas and such you need to make that, and I forget to do it often. So a big bottle on the table it is, and if I get myself to drink a liter, I'm happy. I also found that for me it's between that and not drinking, so it's a win-win in my book. I see. Yeah, for me, I only actually remember to hydrate at all when I am streaming. If I am not streaming, I completely forget. Like, completely, fully, utterly, and hopelessly. So the hydrate reminders are very, 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 very necessary. Because otherwise I do forget. Entirely. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab that. Let's go symmetry ruler. Get rid of that. There we go. Remember chat, always water your streamer every 30 minutes to an hour. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Zany. Ooh, I like long labels. I'm glad. I think it's a nice element to have as a recurring theme. I think. And if I have the dark section or the key sections that would get sweaty and dark fabric, I can have the casual panels in front be white, and that'll also look decent. I'd agree with the labels. Yay! Labels, lapels, I've heard it pronounced every which way. I don't even know which one is right anymore. Anyway. Like that. Okay, that works. That looks interesting. And there's the hydrate. on top of Zany's hydrate. So everyone, double hydrate, because I completely forgot to hydrate when Zany redeemed it. Ugh. Even when we were just talking about hydrates. Oh, that's the long-standing coffee gone. Okay. So, I think the trousers should be grey, otherwise it's going to feel very dark. And I do want the extremities to be a kind of a low-key contrast here. Nope. There. And then black shoes, nice and simple, and to the point. So I feel like in homeware, simple and to the point and functional is kind of the order of the day. Okay, and then we need top layer information, which is just going to be here, primarily the white. Only now I noticed that he only has 3 fingers per hand. That was me just being lazy. That was me being a lazy artist because of the amount of time that I wanted to actually actively spend on the sketch being small. I was just being lazy. My idea is for him to actually have proper 5-fingered hands for some degree of normalcy. Although I suppose it would be completely within reason to assume that an alien from another planet would also not necessarily have the same number of fingers as any other human. Speaking of, I don't know if anyone noticed it earlier, but I did actually let some Mystehaven terminology slip a little bit earlier, mentioning something called Hue+. One thing with the amount of people that come from weird and wonderful backgrounds around this place is that there are a lot of different types, like a lot of different types of people that are eerily similar to humans but not 100% the same as, like, what, you know, Earthling human types. Earthling asterisk, depending on which Earth you're talking about. It gets a little bit funky trying to tie it down. Wait. So, after a while, apparently, it seems like they stopped trying to identify people by their individual species, but kind of just started generalizing us into different categories. So, humans is a broad term that neither Erna nor Dari fit into. They are what we call Hue Plus. I'm also technically Hue Plus, which is we are largely humanoid, but we have some extras. We've got some extras, and that is enough to distinguish us from basic human types. But yeah, there are some actual humans. Like Brock on my team is an actual human. I think. He's a little bit more durable than some other humans that I've encountered, so that's probably why he's also in the Mist Guard. But Brock is human, but he's, I think, the only actual all-category human in Unit 46. We've got a couple of Hue Plus, we've got a couple of Shifters, we've got a Dragon. We don't have a Weirdling. We don't have a Weirdling, but we've got a good mix of various Hue Plus on my team. Okay. So, in terms of overwear that works, group, and then normal and overwear. That works out. I think that works. Happiness is. I can leave that sketch there for now. Dari updates, check. Done. I would love to hear more, but I must travel to Dreamland. I shall be looking forward to the lore drop when it comes. Good luck and have fun with it, writing and drawing us. Thank you! Thank you, Joy. And thank you again for the donation. Greatly appreciated. Thank you for subjecting us to the coffee and 10 sugars, which I'm still reeling from, but we'll survive it. And yes, I am looking forward to being able to share the things and stuffs with you guys. We will be continuing with the writing momentarily, I believe. Thank you for showing your suffering. It's asterisk pleasure. It's a pleasure. I'm glad you could enjoy it. 47% of the way to the goal. Woohoo! Progress. We're loving progress. I just want to actually check. Yeah. Next goal, we're gonna paint something. I need to acquire paint. I might need to borrow watercolors from my mom. I know she's got watercolors in a drawer somewhere. Or at least her brushes. Huh. I'll need to prepare some paper. That is appropriate paper. Okay. I'll figure that out later. Okay. So, we've fixed Erna, we've fixed Dari. Yay. The next person who is in need of updates is Lark. Now, Lark is actually one of my teammates. He's actually my senior sentinel on the team. Like, I think he's actually the most senior member of the team, actually. I have not actually seen him in civvies yet, but he is actually the most senior member of my team. Aside from, I think, Kai, he's definitely seen a lot, though. He may look like a soft soul, but he has been through the wars. And being basically my mentor as far as being a sentinel goes, he's a pretty cool guy, I personally think, anyway. But I needed to figure out what he looks like in civvies, because I've pretty much only ever seen him in his Mist Guard uniform. And yeah, we need to figure it out. He is the same species as Claret. He's actually a native of the planet. Surprise, surprise, we've actually got a planetary native in our team. The Rarekin. And Lark here is one of those. And I need to figure out his outfit still. Main thing with him also being a scouting type, lightweight build. Not really made to take a hit. Oh, and in case I forgot to mention, yeah, he's a fairy. The rare kin of fairies. By popular description. He's still taller than me, though. But I'm not entirely sure I'm happy with that shirt shape for him. So let's start with basic principles. I want to kind of use his clothing to kind of hide actually how slender he is. The resistance is... I don't want to give him a crop jacket. I really want to give him a crop jacket, but at the same time I really don't. But he definitely wants a broad collar of some description. He definitely wants a broad collar of some description. Especially, I need to remember that we are dealing with a place. We are dealing with a warm climate. We are dealing with a warm climate. So, whatever we do mustn't be too heavy. I do want to give him a broad sleeve. That breathes. Also give a little bit of weight. Yeah, it's beginning to be a crop jacket. It's beginning to be a crop jacket. It's totally begging to be a crop jacket. It's like begging crop jacket, high waist pants. And do I want them to be... No. If they're gonna be... Don't want them to be high waist like that. Let's go with let's just remind ourselves with what kind of other stuff is happening. Where's Tarn? Just so that I've got the A-B comparison to make sure I don't do the stupid. Yeah, Tarn is the dragon on the team. I feel like he wants wider pants as well. So while we were trying to narrow and extend Dari, we want to kind of add a little bit of weight onto Lark, because if he doesn't drink his coffee in the morning, he doesn't throw a shadow. So, Tiny Cat wants to get let out the room. Okay. I'm actually almost tempted to be very wild and almost give him a dungaree underneath this crop jacket. Just to be very, very, very unusual. Let me try something. We'll get you this crop jacket off. Cut. Paste. Let's see if I can give him a dungaree that actually looks flattering. I know that sounds so contradictory, doesn't it? Dungaree and flattering in the same sentence? What nonsense are you speaking, Harry? Surprise, surprise! We'll figure it out, right? Let's think. When I was figuring out his color palette, I did put that together. But I do want to cut it with this piece of color because I'm not 100% happy with it. Let's think. Keep it loose so that it really shows that he's really skinny underneath this. Because he's really skinny underneath this. Okay. Let's think. Something like that, full detail there. Pattern detail on the side here. And put some interesting texture, which I'll figure out. And And then let's see. Unlike Ton, who can get away without shoes, Lark needs shoes, which I need to account for. Yeah, I'm just going to leave these shorts high-waisted. I'm not going to try and make them a dungaree. I'm not going to try. It doesn't suit his aesthetic. Okay, so let's see what we can figure out in terms of footwear. Just need to measure that foot length there is in fact the same as the arm. It's a little bit long. Is it? Like that. And that. Like the tiniest smidge long. Tiniest smidge long. There we go. Now, footwear. What's gonna make sense? Something that's not going to fall off in flight is gonna make sense. Which means any kind of sandal needs to have something around the ankle. Otherwise it is going to fall off his feet as he flies, and that's a pain. And a sandal is likely, because once again we're talking about a warm climate, a large part of what I expect to happen in main plot scenarios is probably going to happen during the warmest months of the year, by my reckoning as well. Like the warmest months into autumn, probably. It's not gonna be like, there's obviously going to be a winter fit for everyone as well eventually, but for now, we want to capture the summer fit. So what sort of a shoe will work? Plot can't happen during winter, it's too cold for it. Well, indeed, Braid, indeed. But that's a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage. And let's take a sip. So, for the gentleman in chat, what kind of summer footwear is your guys' preference? Collectively. Or is it a sneakers all year round type of vibe? Yeah. Our winters in Fort Mystehaven are actually pretty mild. Like, our winters are like a nice warm summer's day in the UK. I wear tennis shoes year round. I'd wear boots if I could only get away with it. Oh, and the occasional flip-flop. I mean, is there a reason to not wear boots all year round? I mean, if it works and if it's not too hot for it. But yeah, flip-flops are very, very, very popular summer footwear. Overheating? I'm built for cold, so I get hot fast. Ah, I see. I suppose something with a little bit of an ankle would also probably work for Lark here. Also just break the length of the leg just a little. Like a gladiator sandal? Oh no. The toes do not come out. The toes do not come out because I hate drawing toes. Like, I think the closest thing I might consider, if I can figure out where, if I can figure out what it's called, I don't know. It's not what I was thinking of, but it would kind of work. It wasn't what I was thinking of, but it would kind of work. This'll kind of work. This'll kind of work. Let me just rearrange the angle of this at the moment because it's wrong. It's got to be a much flatter angle there. Human feet are so weird to draw, man. I've said it before and I'll continue saying it. Maybe just something straightforward and nondescript a little bit. Was it I need an ankle or no? No. No ankle on that. Please tell me all of these people are wearing socks. You know what? If I'm going to have an open leg, it needs to have a little bit of a raise. If I'm going to have it not have socks poking out, it's got to have a bit of a raise. I really don't want to make socks look poking out which looks either too sporty or unfinished, and in combination with this kind of shoes, sporty socks is not the vibe. Let's put a clasp with some description on the top. That'll do the trick. That'll do the trick. And. I feel like that ought to do the trick in totality now that I look at it. Like, Lark is the sort of guy who likes to keep things simple. So let's reflect that in how he dresses. Now where's this line art layer? There. Now, which brush did I use here? I used my normal inks brush. Okay. I used my normal inks brush. He might look dainty, but that does not necessarily mean he's a complete weakling. He is, after all, a member of Mistgard. And mass does not equate directly to physical strength. Hey, there we go. Panel. Scene. Okay, that's behaving. Let's think. Gonna have a strap that goes across, and then a little buckle. Yeah. Okay, barring the top jacket thing, I have no idea, guys. Does this look okay, or does this scream of someone who has no fashion sense trying to design a person? Because I feel like I've got no sense for this style of as little happening as possible. I feel like I've got no sense for it right now. My confidence in designing for this body type is lacking. Okay. I feel like he is the sort of person who could probably get away with wearing white. I absolutely cannot, but I feel like Locke can get away with wearing white. He somehow seems to be the sort of person who'd be able to keep it clean without, I don't know. getting blood on it every 5 seconds, somehow or another. Or some or another kind of stuff. Which I don't know how people get that right, but Locke seems like the sort of person who would be capable of such a thing. Probably like a dark khaki. Yeah, a dark khaki works. It's a little bit close to what Tana's got. Let's go a little bit darker and a little bit grayer. Like that, like that. Cool. I might change my mind about this color. But for now, let's roll with it. And his wings are this sort of a line color. Remember that? I should probably draw the wings in. Yep. Okay. So that's an important color consideration to take into account as well. Let's think. Maybe instead of a brown, let's try sort of grey-green. That works. That feels more in his hue. That feels more in Locke's hue. Let's try with maybe not quite that bubbled. I want to try something like I'm going to pull this in. Okay, and fast rise. I'm just gonna pull this and push like that. Something like that would to do the trick. And on this side, we press this down this way. Something like that. Doesn't really matter 100%. Grab that, invert, delete, okay, put that down, and here let's fill that with maybe not that particular color. Maybe this color from his eyes. Still a little bit bold. But maybe a little bit bold isn't necessarily bad. It's interest, it's detail, it's texture. Go lock that opacity, grab this. Let's just put a little bit of a gradient on it. Ooh, yes. That makes it look less stuck on place. Yes, that is the ticket. And there we've got a hydrate. So everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages. And let's take a sip. I like that. It's looking a bit more designed. That's looking a bit more designed. So we will come back to Locke in terms of his jacket and deciding on what color his shoes are going to be after another quick session of writing. But I'm happy that we're at least getting somewhere. He's getting somewhere. He's getting somewhere. Like a little bit of a high back top jacket here. No. Yeah, high back. High back. Makes sense. Let me just quickly do that tweak. Grab that color. Grab that pen. And actually make it visibly an upward angle here. So that's the jacket would poke over where the wings lie, so it doesn't actually need to be adjusted in any way to allow for his wings to get through. I'll adjust that sketch later. But okay, I'm feeling better about things. We will come back to this in a sec, or in a couple of minutes. We'll come back to this in a couple of minutes. But first, we're going to write a little bit. I've been procrastinating on the writing since the last boxes. Okay. Is this something I need to look into? It is all pretty much ignored. Okay. So, writing. The things that should get out. Okay. That's where we're at. Let's see. How am I going to phrase this? Sai, hello, welcome in. What's up? We've just entered a little bit of a writing period. I've been jumping back and forth between writing and drawing a bit today, doing some work on Mystehaven things, because I had not been able to complete a bunch of preparation that I needed to do in order to continue with commissions on stream. In the run of today. I did make progress on it, but not sufficient to get to the point where I can work on it in the stream again. So we've been doing some refinement on Mystehaven things. So we have worked on 3 Mystehaven characters. We've got 2 of our support staff polished up, and we have my senior sentinel on the crew in process. We're busy giving him a civilian outfit as well, and in between all of that I'm actually writing lore. So at the moment I'm typing up a little bit of lore in preparation for projects that I'm working on. So we're doing the thing. And it's been a good night. We managed to get another donation in. It put us into Batsu territory. We had the coffee and 10 sugars, and I'm still feeling the 10 sugars. I am still reeling from the 10 sugars. But we survived it. We survived it. The nap is going to be legendary later, but we survived it. And yeah, it's been a good night so far. But how are you doing? 10 sugars. Why? It was a punishment game type thing. It was a punishment game type thing for a Donothon goal. So when I was setting up our Botsu games, it was either going to be things that do semi-permanent damage, or it was going to be the coffee with 10 sugars, and I chose the coffee with 10 sugars. I'm tired, but back home to the lair, sweet lair. Ah, the lair is a lovely place to be. All of the things at home that make it comfy. Let's see. I'll just say people time me out, some days more than others. Yeah. When I was doing the Botsu, I had a little double espresso next to me as well. And you couldn't see it from your guys' angle if anyone goes back to check the VODs, but on that little espresso cup mug thing, the words that were printed were, "Sometimes I like coffee more than people." And honestly, it sounds like you're having one of those days. Okay, let's get this. I don't want to put that in a second. How am I gonna read this? That's a good point to move on to the next topic. What happened? Did you find an item? I found a plot point, I think. I think. Moving on to the next one. Let's see. I want to go. I'm gonna say that counts. Yeah, I guess a plot point counts as an item. A plot point, I guess, counts as an item. Now, I still need to decide what. Okay, I know that person is a rarekin, but I have not got any idea about any other information about them. I will probably figure it out. I'll figure it out. I need to add them to the list of NPCs that needs fleshing out. Let me just go to the characters tab. Yeah, I just named, I just call the people who are not really plot relevant but need to appear in the world NPCs because it's just like the easiest way to figure it out. And allocate a weight of importance. I think that's what ought to be. Okay, don't know the plan. Then, let's just make that bold. Okay, come back down there. Okay. Wait, did I say that was? Okay. This one. Is this gonna be? How much of a main span do I want this to be? How much of a main span do I want this to be? Is this gonna be a main span or is it gonna be an intermediate? This has got to be middle management, some description. 2. This needs to be updated. This is gonna be this guy. This is gonna be this guy. Okay. I know who I'm talking to this now. Okay. Who has not got a design yet? I know he exists, but I need to still design him. Okay, that's something I need to design. I need to design it in its entirety well. Otherwise I'm going to... I'll see. Then that will work. That's a good title for him. Let's think. Okay, I got something in. I needed to do a lot of thinking, but I got something done. That is a hydrate. So everyone acquire your nearest safe consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Alright. And with that, let's finish up with Locke. because he's pretty much almost there. I'm just gonna put this in a group, pull this one jacket, add a layer, move this up, boom, there we go. Okay, let's see, shoes. These are gonna be I must say like a tan color, I think. Not entirely dissimilar from this, maybe a little bit more orange, a little bit more gray. Yeah. Pale tan colored. Basic shoe. That's not too shiny. Okay. And then let's go with slightly darker strap just for a little bit of contrast, which will also get matched with a slightly darker heel. And let's grab our metal color. Just for that. There we go. Legs look so dainty, wow. He really looks like if you breathe at him too strongly, he's gonna snap in two. Which on one side of the coin is probably exactly what the entire point of this exercise was, in terms of giving him this body type. But on the other hand, I'm scared if I might have overcooked it just a little. But then again, I have actually seen people this skinny, so I have actually seen people this skinny. Okay, let's see how we can make this jacket be interesting, but not too heavy. I'm gonna borrow from the jacket that we saw on that Final Fantasy XIV character yesterday with a low shoulder, because that seems like it would be fitting here, just to have a very low shoulder. And then this broad sleeve. Like that. And let me think very carefully here about construction on anti-gravity collars. Let me think very carefully here about construction on anti-gravity collars. This would probably want. It's probably going to want some sort of support on the inside. Now that can either be a piece of wire or boning on the rim, which will keep that fairly round, or it'll be something that sticks in here, which will let the back be floppier. But then this is going to pivot on a corner that's in the middle of nowhere. So unless I have some other support structure, it's not going to be anti-gravity in its construction. But then again, I'm doing character design, I'm not doing cosplay. Who actually ever decides to build this can figure out how to make it stay anti-gravity themselves. I'm not the first character designer to do anti-gravity collars, and I certainly won't be the last. Okay, so shape-wise we're there. Now to make it interesting. Okay, let's see. Firstly, to be anti-gravity, this has to be lined. The hood has to be lined. So the interior is going to have a boundary. I'm going to put that corner like that. Where am I? Am I? You know what? Undo. I'm gonna make this one significantly broader. So that there can be a color difference or a texture difference. Now I need to remember that this jacket needs to be a lightweight jacket. So, while the hood is going to be lined, this spot I almost want to feel a bit dainty. Let's see. Nope. Let's correct that like so. Add a strip. No? Am I being the dumb? Am I being the dumb? Am I being the dumb? Potentially. I need to make this sheer. open up a boundary over here to hide the seam or the construction, like that. There we go. And over here, like so. Show you. Something like that. There we go. So that's a starting point. Now, I'll probably make these match. And a lower boundary will match. It's got a pseudo takeaway feel, I feel like. Actually, no, it actually almost does have the takeaway feel. Which is interesting, considering that I'm dealing with it. Wild. Wild. Normal doesn't exist in Fort Mystehaven. Normal doesn't exist in Fort Mystehaven. It's fine. Now, let me think. Over here, we're going to need to account for eye. And then the back of this jacket. It's going to be something like that. Okay. Let's just put that like so. I feel like it wants something. It feels like it wants something with gravity to dangle. You know what? I'm going to have an angle pocket. This is zip on either side, because there's got to be somewhere on this thing that has sensible cargo application. And I'm going to put a lanyard on the zippers. Why? Because we can. And it looks appropriate. That'll work, I think. So I'm just going to start by grabbing this color, which is absolutely not going to stay. My main color, probably. And what I want to do is I want to go grab outside, expand by 1 pixel, invert and fill, and grab everything that needs to be sheer. And cut that out. Okay, now we're gonna go back layer shear, make this 40. Okay. And duplicate, hide, pull, 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 and pull, and show, hide, and it's grab. Like that. There we go. That'll do the trick there. For now. 40 is a bit too much, so let's go 50 and 50. Okay. I can be gone with it. All in the gaps. Okay, and I'll fix that in a bit. Okay, let's drop that in there. And in there. And we'll see how this goes. Lock this opacity. And now we need to pick colors that will actually work. Because this is definitely not it. Let's try the same yellow that we used on the pants here for a start. I feel like yellow is a little bit Lark's color, considering his eyes. Now let's go for a gray, I think. Maybe? No. Let's try that on our broad stripes. And that is a hydrate. So everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages. And let's take a sip. My goal is now to finish Lark, and then we're gonna call it a night. This needs to be darker. Needs to be almost black, I think. Something like that. This isn't bad, but I feel like it should be maybe a little bit darker and a little bit... Oh. Why do green and yellow always look so good together? Have I got a bias towards this color combination? Yes, I do have bias towards this color combination. But it looks so good. And it looks like a different set of greens and yellows to mine, so I don't know if it's worth keeping it this way. Because at the moment it's almost like yellow is almost a recurring color here. We've got Tarn, who's got yellow because he's literally maple leaf colored. We've got me. We've got Kai, who's blue and yellow. We've got... Okay. Cherith, I think, is just blue. Cherith, I think, is just blue. I think her eyes are blue too, if I recall correctly. Yeah, it's like yellow is the recurring theme color. A quote-unquote golden thread, haha, between all of Unit 46. How is that working out? Because that yellow was a recurring color across all of our civilian designs. That was unintentional, but it seems to be happening. It seems to be happening, and I don't know why. Does Lamille have yellow? Yes, she does. She's got a yellow headband. Lamille has a yellow headband. What about characters? What is Ebony? Does Ebony have yellow? Okay, he's got orange. Yeah, but this is still first pass on Ebony. In all likelihood, I'm just gonna stick with this. So some form of yellow or orange is really a recurring theme across all of these. File open, let's just check again. I'm just gonna quickly... I'm not 100% sure if this is currently in a safe for work manner. Let me just do that for a second. Where is Cherith? Okay, Cherith so far is completely blue. Cherith so far is completely blue. But I've literally only designed her face because I put her in her patrol uniform. So far Cherith is the only one who's not yet got yellow on her. Rock. And Aspen is literally a tree, so she is likely to have yellow. So, okay, yellow is a recurring color in Unit 46. We'll just roll with that. Yellow and oranges are recurring colors in Unit 46. Maybe that is just going to be a design quirk for this. I'm going to roll with that. But guys, I need to call it a night. Thank you all so much. I think I'm actually happy with this. I think I'm actually happy with this for Lark. I think it looks good in the end. I wasn't sure at first, but I think in the end it actually balances out. I hope I'm not just being delusional and biased. But we managed to get a fair amount done. We polished Erna's boots. We have redone Dari in its entirety. We have completed Lark. I'm feeling, all in all, an awful lot better about our place in the world. So, tomorrow is the goal fulfillment stream. So everyone, make sure that you've got your ideas for what we want to do for community stuff. You can check the donation goals in my schedules. You'll have everything there for what has been achieved up until this point. We are at the £700 mark. So for all of the community choices type stuff, make sure you've got all of that for tomorrow so that we can come up with ideas together. Alright. Rest well, I've got to run in a hurry. So until next time everyone, cheery bye.